Hola mis amigos del internet, bienvenidos a Caminando y Hablando. Si puede ver, yo he transformado a una tortuga. Pero está bien porque en este modo puedo caminar más lentamente y así no tengo que caminar para largas distancias para completar 4 horas. Anyhow, mis amigos me dicen que tengo que hacer este episodio en español, pero como yo dice, mi español es más o menos, pero más menos que más. No creo que hablaré en español. Para las 4 horas completo. Creo que si no entiendes español, pensarías que yo soy inteligente, pero si entiendes español, no lo creas. Necesitaré hablar muy lentamente y porque mi vocabulario es muy limitado, necesitaré encontrar métodos interesantes para comunicar mi pensamiento. Pero eso podría muy interesante, yo creo. Estoy pensando en parte en inglés y a veces pienso en ideas en inglés que no tengo el vocabulario en español para comunicar. Por eso ya estoy limitado. Escucho que hay cocodrilos aquí. Si yo veo a un cocodrilo, yo sería muy emocionado. Tengo que caminar más rápido. Que esos chicos. Porque una razón es que porque ser un hombre un hombre solitario cerca de muchos chicos, muchos jóvenes. Es ¿Es esto demasiado difícil para hablar en español? Muchas veces no puedo encontrar las palabras. Ajá. Moras blancas. Para mí es una sorpresa. Muy bien. Poder comer moras en noviembre. Porque es primavera tarde aquí. Tal vez está bien hablar muy lentamente. Tal vez tengo que aceptarlo. Aceptar que no podré comunicar con lo mismo fluencia que puedo en inglés. También cuando camino y hablo en inglés, muchas veces al empezar estoy lento. Encuentro dificilidad en empezar a hablar. Y en español solo es más como eso.
Bueno.
También algunas veces me preocupa que ah, te parezco estúpido, pero cada vez al terminado de las 4 horas no siento estúpido y no sigo preocuparme. Siento que hay muchas palabras que están muy cerca y estoy tratando de encontrarlos, pero están ¿entiendes? Pero eso es como aprender una lengua, ¿no? Tienes que tratar en público. también pienso en palabras que no estoy seguro que son palabras real o si yo hago las palabras. Como quiero decir ya quiero expresar pensamiento complejo, pero yo no sé si complejo es una palabra real. Ni expresar. Pero si tú entiendes inglés también, probablemente puedes entender que estoy tratando de hablar, decir. Como yo digo, ya quiero expreso pensamiento complejo y me pregunto si debo hablar en inglés. Creo que sentiría extranjero cambiar a inglés, porque en las días pasadas yo pensé más y más en español y leía en español y escuchaba en español. No tengo la palabra para wonder. I wonder. Si cambiar a inglés sentiría Mm, mm. Mira a este guarancha. ¿Qué tal, amigo? Ok. Adiós. Una guarancha pequeña. Es muy rápida. Una guaranchita. Todos los reptiles me encantan. Con más guaranchita. Otra guaranchita. Creo que tal vez este video será demasiado fácil. Demasiado fácil para habladores de español. Demasiado simple. Puedo hacerlo más interesante por insert unas palabras en inglés. Cuando yo falto las palabras en español, usaría las en inglés para hacer comunicación más complejo. Can I make this episode interesting for English and Spanish speakers? by using both languages? Tal vez. Already it's been un medio hora. Un medio hora que yo hablo en español, que es un poco impresivo para mí. Esta planta se llama Poison Hemlock. Es como esto que is it? Me parece muy similar a una planta que encontramos en Norteamérica que se llaman Poison Hemlock y si comerlo, si comeslo, morirás. La usaron para matar a Sócrates. Sócrates bebió una bebida de Poison Hemlock y se murió. Yo escuchaba a pleito repúblico en que Sócrates Sócrates habla en su sociedad ideal y creo que hay mucho que it's still relevant, pero mucho que sounds a little silly and far-fetched. Puedo ser más expresivo en inglés, es claro. Muchas moras negras. Pero el árbol es demasiado alto. Hay más. I forget how to say pain. ¿Cómo se dice pain? Porque ¿cómo se dice picking? Porque yo digo que picking berries es la actividad pain free. Para muchas razones. Uno es muy tranquilo. Y dos, no están participando en un sistema de transacción. Así no tienes que pensar en cuál efectos tus acciones tienen en otras personas. Y eso es una de las razones que picking berries es muy tranquilo. En realidad, yo no sé Oh, I thought I saw a groundhog. A woodchuck. I really don't know what sort of value at all still this video would have for a speaker of any language. You know what I mean? I'm not sure. But I wonder what the experience is like for someone to, well, I mean, what various experiences might be like for people to listen to this and understand or not understand what I'm saying to various degrees. A grados variosos. Entender en grados variosos. I mean, if you're a repeat viewer, then it probably means that you understand English, but you know, maybe not perfectly. Man, why are they all so high up? All the low down ones are gone. Como recibí unos comentarios de personas que dicen que no entienden inglés, pero still. What? I keep trying to remember the word for still. What's the word for still? Oh, it's yeah. Pero ya. Yeah, I remembered that one. But what is the one for already? What's already? Anyways, recibí unos comentarios de personas que dicen que no entienden inglés, pero ya es interesante y tranquilo escuchar estos videos. And I wonder I can see that I can see that possibility, and I wonder why. Para tus habladoras de inglés, ya pueden disfrutar este video si no entienden, Guaranchita. So cute. It's gonna grow up to be big and fat. There's an extra level of confusion today. An extra level of difficult choice to make. I think I see another groundhog, or groundhog-like creature. I wouldn't be surprised if there are groundhogs here. After all, there's moras, se llaman mulberries, or para mí, mulbs. I still feel pressure to say some smart things. But I can't really say smart things in Spanish. They'll just seem smart only if you don't understand Spanish. I have to be always demonstrating my intelligence. Otherwise, who am I? Now, you and I know it's not just intelligence. Ooh, there's a middle, ¿cómo se dice? Una guarancha. I don't know how to say teenage. Ooh. A guarancha in his prime. Oh man, those look so good. I need stilts. How are these? A little too dirty. Tú y yo sabemos que la cosa importante no es solo inteligencia. ¿Qué esta cosa es? Yo no puedo decir en este momento. Por la mayorita estoy pensando en mis amigos de aquí. Garancha grande. Qué hermoso. Qué guapo. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Por la mayoría mi autoconciencia es directado a mis amigos de aquí. Cuando yo pienso en el mirador, yo pienso en mis amigos hispánicos y I wonder how intelligent or dumb I will seem. I can't help but imagine the reaction of a relatively few number of people. A relatively small percentage of the viewers. I'm going back and forth in the language that I'm thinking in. And then in each language, there's still a myriad of options for what to say, for what type of train of thought to embark on. And all these different audiences appearing in my mind, all these different types of people, all these speakers of different languages, and trying to consider all these different experiences at the same time. And then still, you know, the perennial concern, this question of, is this the absolute height of narcissism? Is this, who am I making this for? You know? Hace 1 hora exactamente, y still I can't remember the word for still, and still I'm talking so slowly. What is that creature? Do you see that? I think some kind of humongous bird in the green patch. there's la posibilidad para hacer todos en un problema, to make everything into a problem. Like the you know, the self-consciousness of the IRL people. I mean, what am I talking about? You're the most IRList. These people, including myself, aren't IRL. You're IRL. So there's no need to there's no need for me, you know, to get self-conscious due to these other you know, digitally reproduced images of people. There's no need for me, a digitally reproduced human. Hey, peaches. Or are they apricots? You're the only real person here. But maybe you're not even real either. What do you think? Do you think you're real? ¿A dónde vamos en este episodio? ¿Dónde está la continuidad? ¿Creas tú que eres real? ¿En qué siento? ¿En qué? Is that right? In what sense? Even when I switch to English, I'm still slow. I'm still really slow. Maybe the slowness is independiente de la lengua hoy. How would I say slowness? I'm trying to make something up like lentecilla or something like that. I seem to be trying to create a continuity maybe in too logical of a sense. I feel a continuity in a certain quality of my awareness, en un cierto calidad de mi conciencia. Siento continuidad, pero no exactamente en mi pensamiento logical. Ya es posible que estoy haciendo muchas palabras nuevas, pero eso es una cosa buena, ¿verdad? Para hacer palabras nuevas. Oops. Your umbilical cord came off. Oh, ombligo. Tu ombligo. Esto. No, that's belly button. What's umbilical cord? Tu corda de ombligo. There might be continuity, you know, in some highest level of my consciousness, but that's like always there. I think. I mean, well, I'm not always aware of it, I guess. I guess I'm thinking about it. That seems to be a problem. That I seem to be thinking about some level of consciousness that's transcendent of thought and stating that there's continuity there, but there's not so much continuity of my thought. And I keep thinking about you. I keep thinking about your experience. Where's the continuity in your experience? Maybe I gotta stop. Wow, do you see this like very subtle and slow movimiento? That's pretty great to watch. I could stare at this for 3 hours. Man, is this a good screensaver or what? Who needs continuity? Creo que si eres el tipo de persona que mira caminando y hablando, o es caminando y charlando, no sé. Sin embargo, creo que probablemente eres el tipo de persona quien le interesa este tipo de lengua en que inventamos palabras nuevas. Y creo que probablemente puedes comprender las palabras nuevas. Especialmente si comprendas unos inglés. Sí. Yo sé que no es totalmente correcto. Y también yo sé que es a challenge para tu atención. But you're the type of person who doesn't get bored easily. Eres el tipo de persona quien no se aburrirá fácilmente. Y eso es porque te amo. Eres una persona con fuerte mente, con mente fuerte. O puede decir mente abierto. Guaracha. That's a biggin. A biggin.
¿Sabéis cómo ves que me mueve? Tiene murales de Salzburgo.
Let's keep staring at this thing. Continuemos mirando a este screensaver. Con movimiento sutlo.
Sácatelo por el momento. ¿Eh? Mira, rodillas.
Maybe we'll make a loop and come back to that. What often happens is that my thinking reflects my mode of thinking reflects my geographical movement. As in, there have been times when I've accidentally made a loop physically, and then I'll discover that unintentionally I'm making a loop mentally. I think this time I'm gonna make a loop intentionally. And so I wonder now that I'm conscious of this phenomenon, whether it'll still occur, and if it does occur, whether it will feel spontaneous and interesting and natural, or whether it will have some feeling of being contrived. But as I was saying earlier, it's possible to make everything into a problem, but it might also be possible to make nothing into a problem. The question is it the right mindset to sort of endure certain doubts? Or should I really endeavor to rid myself of those doubts? And do I rid myself of the doubts just by controlling the part of myself that doubts, or by working very hard on the quality of my performance that I'm doubting? So I mean, like, this is like self-acceptance versus self-improvement. It seems like actually you need both. You know, what always happens is that I'll encounter many doubts, and almost always arrive at some place where I'm no longer doubting myself. And I'm not sure at the moment if that's because I've dealt with all the things that I was doubting, that is improved the qualities that I felt were lacking, or whether I just moved to some other mindset where things didn't literally change so much, but I'm in some other mindset where the doubting doesn't occur. I still feel them. I still feel some kind of doubts. What is that? It's un cocodrilo? There's something swimming down there. Something swimming. What is it? Oh, what is it? Ah, I can almost see it. Something moved through the shrubs and into the water, and now I can't see it. And that bird had something to say about it. There it is again. Ah, it's una guaracha grande. I want to see a cocodrilo. Will the only redeeming quality of this video be its exotic new location? Does just airing my doubts absolve me of them? I don't think so. I don't think so. Do I need to talk faster and with more force? Más rápida y con más fuerza? Para romper the ice, you know? To break through this, you know, the mundane. Do I need to commit to one language or the other? And just go full steam ahead? Probablemente no, pero I'm almost feeling like running. I almost want to run. There's some kind of energy that isn't flowing yet. But am I just creating this problem? Am I just self-creating this problem? Estoy haciendo este problema. Am I making reality difficult for you and for me? Maybe it's okay if I am. Maybe it's okay if I am. Why do I even wonder whether things are okay or not? I'm too in the realm of, I feel too in the realm of language in a constrictive way. It doesn't seem to matter whether I speak in English or Spanish. I feel limited, but why? Is it like this searching for some special state? Is that my problem? Am I searching for a special kind of state? It seems like I'm searching for some kind of state that's different from this one. Parece que estoy buscando para un estado mental diferente. Pero yo no sé exactamente cuál estado. Maybe I can just relax myself on purpose, but I don't exactly want relaxation. I don't know what I want. I really don't know what I want out of this episode. I suppose it would be Morera. Laurel. Prunus persica. I suppose what I want is to have a pleasant feeling, a tranquil feeling, provided by some sort of confidence that there's some form of value in this transmission. I suppose it's fair to say that. We'll make roughly like a loop an hour. You know, it's like the feeling of struggling without knowing exactly what you're struggling for. Not knowing how exactly to struggle. Where's the right place to put the effort, because you're not sure what your intended outcome is. And all of a sudden, to me, it seems so strange. This entire video series seems strange anew. I mean, strange afresh. It seems newly strange to do this at all. Because I'm thinking about the desire to enter some different mind frame that in my current mind appears to be transcendent of logical thought and would appear to be transcendent of linguistic thought. Like, how could I get there through talking? It seems almost absurd. But obviously, I've apparently done something about 48 times that seemed worthwhile enough to do it yet another time. But even so, in this moment, it's like the whole mystery of being seems like fresh, and I can't exactly say in a good way. I wouldn't exactly say that, I'm enthralled with the mystery of living at the moment. But as I hear myself say those words, then I start to feel differently. Like, hey, there's a walking stick. That stick has legs. Except I'm hoping to see a reptile without legs. That is when I heard myself say that I'm not exactly feeling enthralled with the mystery of living. I started to think differently. And then, I mean, still I feel a little silly about talking about these particular things. I feel as if talking about them is gonna keep them always beyond the horizon, to be thinking about them. Where the heck am I now? Where did I just end up? Like, now I'm thinking about, it appears in my mind, this notion to abandon this dual thinking about there being some mundane, undesirable state, and then some exalted, more special state. As if to be seeking after the one is going to be just kind of chasing shadows. I'm gonna get a sunburn on my head, aren't I? Why does everything always have to be so paradoxical? Why does it have to be so paradoxical? Couldn't they have just made life understandable? Couldn't they have just like why does there have to be this like mystery? Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, it's just some dried mud on my leg and several mosquito bites. I have to wear the warm hat. Couldn't they have just made reality totally comprehensible? Well, yes and no. Because you couldn't actually have life and total comprehensibility in the same world. You couldn't have consciousness and total comprehensibility in the same world. In order to have consciousness, there has to be this mystery, this problem of living, this problem of the unknown, this perception of the future. I'm so itchy now. I promise we'll get there. I promise we'll get somewhere. You couldn't have total comprehension, because if you had total comprehension, there wouldn't be anything. There would no longer be a subject to keep comprehending if you comprehended everything, because you would have to fully comprehend everything that is comprehensible, including the comprehender, and you'd have to comprehend all of time, which means the past and the future. And if you fully comprehended the future, it would cease to exist. There wouldn't be time exactly anymore. There would just, if you comprehended everything, there would no longer be linear time. It would be, just one sort of complete dimension that was, all kind of self-knowing. And it's like if something were to be completely self-knowing, it would, in a weird sense, it would kind of like cease to have knowledge. It's like the map would have to become the territory. Know what I'm saying? It's like if we are beings that comprehend a reality, which means, you know, we first have perception, and then we have this mental map, which we call comprehension. It's like that map has to be something different than the reality itself. Like, if my comprehension were as complete as it possibly could be, meaning that it was a total knowing of all information in existence, that is, a total knowing of all existence without simplification, without representation, it would, you know, that's what I say, what I mean when I say the map would have to be as large as the territory. And at that point, you couldn't have both a map and a territory. They'd have to become one and the same. And so at that point, like, it wouldn't really be a comprehension, it would just be being. You would just be all of reality. Like, to completely know all reality would entail becoming all of reality. It's like, it's as if to have comprehension at all necessarily means a compromise. To comprehend, you got to compromise. You have to separate yourself a little bit. That's what we've done as humans. That's what we had to do. Well, I mean, it's like you were an infant once and you weren't differentiated from reality. And in that sense, you could say, I mean, you could sort of, not really, you could sort of say that in that sense you knew all of reality because you hadn't differentiated yourself from your perceptions. And in that sense, like, if we take that to be true, it kind of follows that what we think of as knowledge entails an actual separation from reality. And in that sense, is like the same as like and unknowing. But like, you know, as a human develops, then on top of sense perception starts to be built this abstract thinking, these mental maps of the world in which we locate ourselves. We learn that if I bite my finger, it hurts, but if I bite a donut, it doesn't hurt. Or even if you bite another person, it doesn't hurt. You know, you don't feel the pain if you bite another person, unless they bite you back. Like my brother did that one time. I probably deserved it. And then you have this, eventually, this really sophisticated and complex representation of self and other. I mean, I talk about this all the time. I'm just repeating myself, and I'm repeating other people. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is there is definitely something I'm not so sure. It would, you know, I'm walking and talking here and I'm just like, you know, feel this sort of generalized desire to feel a sort of like peace with being in reality, and to be able to express that. And so one form that has sort of like appeared in my mind would be sort of like a transcendent sort of knowledge. But then I also seem to be admitting that to really know everything would be the same as becoming everything, which would mean loss of selfhood, loss of time perception, it would, in a sense, be the end of being in the individual sense, but in the grand sense, being would be endless. Beginningless and endless. I mean, it would be like kind of like just remembering something. Like always remembering, continuously remembering. But how is it possible that I could really forget? Would I take the rest of my life, you know, normal life, as entailing a forgetfulness? How could I? How could it be? If it exists at all, then how could it be in any way separate from a transcendent knowing? But then there's this question of, does it exist at all? Does a normal life exist at all? Like now I'm in that place where I'm like, do I have a life? Like that starts to come into question. It seems like I've been acting as if I do. But even as I say that now, even to refer to a past tense, like I have been acting, what tense do they call that? Past imperfect? That's a nice name for a tense. That's a great name for a tense. Past imperfect. Even to refer to the past imperfect seems faulty. It seems an extension of the present tense. I am starting to feel a lot more tranquil, but it's not it's not exactly just tranquil. It's like even in English, all the words I can think of seem a little inadequate. Y por eso tal vez no importa cuál lengua uso. Porque en realidad no hay las palabras correctas. Palabras son partes de una comprensión y la comprensión es, es separar. Pero siempre, no exactamente. Siempre no exactamente así. O dices nunca, nunca exactamente así. Y por eso en este momento siento muy contente con, con pocas palabras. Y no me preocupa. Um, que no puedo comunicar exactamente porque no en español ni en inglés puedo comunicarlo. Y también siento que en este momento no es importa comunicar algo. What's the word for anything? What's the word for anything? ¿Cómo se dice anything en español?
Repetir.
¿Cómo se dice anything? Like, como algo, pero...
Yo entiendo inglés o yo más o menos español y
Sí, sí.
yo entiendo, pero yo no entiendo qué translate.
Sí, sí, yo también. Gracias. I've entered normal life again. Look, now we're right back in normal life. Now there's very much self and other because there's referent. So this moment is really, I start a sentence and then before I even get midway through the sentence, the whole way of thinking reveals itself to be absurd. Por ejemplo, I was going to say that this moment is totally not dissimilar to, you know, any other like early moment in this video. And in which I was expressing problems, doubts, but even now as I'm talking about that, it seems as if I'm creating that now. I'm creating a past that included problems and doubts, but it's not exactly so. Like, there wasn't exactly a problem before. Not exactly. There was maybe saying the word problema y dudos but whatever the past was or is doesn't feel so sure to me, doesn't feel so exact. And that doesn't feel either good or bad. Now I feel como si hay un problema de vida y también no hay problema. Es los dos, sí y no, y también neither. What's neither? Sí, no? Like even just the word problem right now, just it feels like only a word at the moment. It feels as if there is the option of realizing the concept of problem into reality. But it's an option. And this isn't to say that I've now developed some magical power where, you know, I've somehow been able to like get rid of any of all problems and now life will just be one of pure ease. It's just that, like, problem and its opposite, I see as fused now. I see like there's the problem of living, and then there's like the joy of living, and then those are the same. Like, you know how I was talking about, like, knowing being the same as a kind of unknowing. You couldn't have any knowledge without also a vast mystery. You couldn't have knowledge, you couldn't have anything known without an equal unknown. Because of what I was saying, like, to have full, complete knowledge would entail a cessation of being. to be is to be this intersection of knowing and unknowing, known and unknown, which also kind of translate roughly into past and future. Self and other. Just kind of like take anything that you seem to know and try to see how it's equally dependent on a sort of unknown. I mean, typically we think of knowing as being mental, as being of thought, as something different from experience. Like there's, you know, my sensory experience right now, but I wouldn't exactly call that knowledge. Generally, when I say the word knowledge, I am referring to conceptual models of reality. And as we discussed earlier, we entertain conceptual models of reality as a kind of form of separation from reality. It's part of the mechanism of self-differentiation. We have a conceptual model of ourselves and identities, what we identify with to varying degrees, what we don't identify with. And all these things are represented in thought. And in a sense, they oh man, la cámara malfuncionó. I was saying, I was, you know, I guess I was questioning the perspective that there is an objective reality that we are inhabitants of and that we learn more about as we go through life, and we ostensibly know more about as with passing time. But then there's like, I'm also saying that knowledge in my definition of it consists only of thought. And if you observe your experience, you can observe that thought is only one component of your experience, but it's not all. And you can observe the complex and interesting interaction that the thoughts that you perceive how they interact with your sensory perception. Because when you do just kind of focus on your sensory perception, oh man, the ripe ones are like way up there, taunting me. When you do focus on your sensory perception, which is an experience that does actually lack time, you know, it's like we attach a notion of linear time to our sensory perception, but it itself has no quality of time. It's just what you're perceiving in this moment. I feel that really strongly right now. I feel it so strongly. In fact, I feel it's as if like it's as if I feel so powerfully aware of my sensory perception right now. You know, sight, sound, touch. But powerfully isn't exactly the right way to say it. It's like powerfully, but also just like totally mundanely, just kind of like totally normal. This general experience. These are falling as we speak. I think the birds are knocking them down for me. These are delicious. Oh my god. The white ones taste a little bit like pineapple, I think. It's as if the experience of perception for me right now is so clear that it's as if it has become transparent. It's become an open pathway such that I'm no longer really experiencing it as perception per se, but it's just that I'm experiencing experience. It's just like being reality. I feel a little bit right now as if I'm experiencing the thing that I was talking about before. you know, when I said that like a real full transcendent knowing would entail becoming, I think I could say honestly that I feel a bit of that experience now of, you know, what I would ordinarily call perception, and I can speak of it in this moment, but it's more like it's just, you know, a link between what I would normally call self and other being linked by perception, but now it's just like that's all just one thing. And I can experience, like at this moment I can really experience you know, I can really experience like notions of like me and like the rest of the world as truly being merely concepts that are like an option right now. But still within this experience, I can speak of I, and I can speak of human experience, but at the same time it's as if I'm just observing these things arise in reality, and I can conceive quite clearly and communicate in a manner suggestive of linear time, you know, past, present, and future. I can understand the notions of past, present, and future, and I can speak about them, but that feels just kind of contained within an absence of the linearity of time. It does feel like a sort of abstract, what would I say, like projection, like it feels like the linearity of time feels like a picture. It feels like a picture of reality rather than the actual reality. Oh my God, look at that bird. Ow. And so it's not like it's not exactly like I'm saying, it's not exactly like saying I'm feeling one with everything. That feels like a little bit misguiding. I'm not saying like I feel like one with that bird exactly, or like one with everything around me. Like that feels misguiding. It's like I still see, you know, the me you know, I can still observe all of the structures in place that entail what functions as me in interaction with the rest of the world. But it is kind of as if it's, as an analog, like it's just like as if that is like a two-dimensional picture, and then there's this other like three-dimensional reality here. I bet that bird likes bulbs. Like all of what we're talking about is normal life, like fits in. It's not like any of that is like a mistake. It's not like it's not like identity is really a mistake. But it does kind of feel like, to me, like as if it's like it does kind of feel like it's like an illusion from this perspective, or like a hologram, or as if you were always looking at a hologram, and then suddenly like you stepped to the side of it and saw it from the edge where you saw that it was flat. It's like you can still see the depth in it nonetheless, but it no longer appears to entail ultimate reality. Bienvenido a Escalando y Comiendo. You can do it. You can It feels strange to say. It feels strange to say anything. But I think, you know, comparing the difference between the earlier parts of this video and this part of the video should be illustrative of what's going on. I think the kids will enjoy this. Am I gonna get in trouble?
¿A tu mamá? ¿Qué onda?
Tenían, o sea, no tenía nada, entonces, porque vos no, o sea,
But now I'm back. It's like, then it's like other people enter the equation, and then my thinking shifts back into relating to self and other. But maybe there's something perfectly normal about that, perfectly natural, and maybe that is not really at odds with the sort of experience I've been talking about. in the sort of sense that I guess when you see another person, it's like there's a form of like reflection of your own experience. Like, you have to know that another person has fundamentally the same experience as you. Or it's almost as if, like, it's as if, like, maybe take for example the way that I would look at like a past version of myself from the perspective that I was talking about, from the perspective of experiencing a total absence of the dichotomy between self and other, and experiencing perception as being merely a bridge between the two, and thus to the point of not being two. But then simultaneously within that being able to have this comprehension of the human experience of feeling separate. And being able to recall, if I want, memory, a sort of representation of a past self who seems, in my memory, to be more under the spell, under the illusion of separateness, to like believe the hologram, so to speak. But paradoxically, it's as if I don't actually experience that past self as having any reality, having any substance, other than being a mental projection out of this present experience. I guess I'm trying to figure out how to talk about what seems like the paradox of like other people, though, other perception. It's really weird. It's really weird, and feels difficult to explain. But what I'm experiencing is not the same as solipsism. It's not. It's like what I'm referring to as being not separate from all of reality is not. It's not like my individual thoughts. It's not like my personal thoughts or personal perceptions. I mean, and when I'm using perception in this video, I'm generally talking about just sensory perception, just what we could say is coming in to these sense doors, although that's not even really accurate. Not perceptions in the sense of like a mental perception of interpretation. You know, I'm not talking about interpretations like things like worldviews, or like thinking someone is mean to you when actually they're not, or etc. I'm not talking about solipsism. It's not the idea that it's not the idea that there's any individual that is, you know, that is in possession of the only consciousness. It's more like you see through individuality, as if like individuality becomes transparent.
Arrancaste el tiro para no perderla, pero no, pasa todo de la espalda, boludo, fuera de juego. Sí, no, pero saltada parece más.
For some reason, this tends to be easiest for me when I'm solitary. Maybe that's not really the case, but like in a social situation, there's so much projection. The comprehension of selfhood and other becomes more important. As a mechanism of relating. But what is even relating? Relating seems to just be ideally, I suppose, a process of seeing through selfhood, like collectively. Or to to realize that illusory nature of self in the presence of, quote unquote others. I suppose ideally, right? I feel a little bit confused now about the relationship between like a state of like permeability and then interpersonal relations. I mean, maybe the solution is to do walking and talking like with other people. But it's like I am doing it with you though. Maybe this is the solution that I've been overlooking. Is the you in this equation. Like what happens even when I say the word you? Boy, it's getting hot. It's like there was a moment back there when I was definitely, experiencing sort of like I don't know, a state that, in my experience, was like transpersonal. But then, sort of ostensibly continuing to communicate to a supposed you. I guess that's where the communication comes in. There wouldn't. It's as if if perception is the connector, the pathway between self and the rest of the world. It's as if maybe communication is I'm not sure. This is different because like I was gonna say, communication is the link between the you and the I. And would it be possible for communication to become so clear that the you and the I vanish? But can verbal communication even achieve that? There's part of me that wants to say, it's like like solipsism, like you can't really refute it, really, can you? Like you can't really like perfectly disprove it, in a sense. And it always brings up this question, this question of like, why am I here having with this point of view, and then others are out there with their point of view? Why am I in this particular body with these particular life circumstances, etc., and others have their particular bodies and their particular life circumstances and worldviews, perspectives, etc.? That always seems like the most important question to me. Now, I have this memory of like times when it seemed as if I had grasped the answer to that question, or was experiencing the answer to that question. Or the question sort of, in a sense, vanished. It vanished into comprehension. It seems like this really intense desire exists. There's Guarancha, way off in the distance. You probably can't see it, crossing the path. This desire to like know and be known, know another person and be known by another person. Whoa! The bird is chasing away the Guarancha. That's so cool. I don't know if you can see that. A bird was just like chasing that huge lizard away. There it goes, it's still chasing it. What is with that, anyways? What is with that? It's like the most painful thing. It's like the most painful thing in life. The desire to know and be known by another person. But at the same time, still like, to completely know and completely be known is still the same as ceasing to be. ceasing, it would, you know, entail ceasing to be separate people. And if that happens, is there still, you know, another person there to love? Or, you know, to love you? It's like there always still has to be an incompleteness. But, you know, even aside from just personal love, or to, that bird is still chasing that guarancha. They're gonna fight. I gotta go see this. Ow! I just ran straight into a tree branch. Look at him go. That lizard is not really giving a hoot at the moment. I think he's getting scared away by me now. Anyways, as I was saying, aside from just like the interpersonal, like one-on-one, like desire to know and be known, I still feel this real question of like, what are you? What are you? Of like, is it possible to have this experience where really I don't know. Like personal identification dissolves or something, or you know, it's like that seems to happen to me sometimes when I do this or do other things that are I feel so confused right now. I can't even think about what separateness is and what unity is. Like what would unity even mean? I feel so confused. I feel like I've totally lost grip of what I'm even trying to talk about. I mean, certainly it's impossible for any individual human to like understand completely every other human's individual experience. It seems even impossible to completely understand one other individual's experience. I guess in my thinking now, like the way that I'm thinking now, it's like all these individual experiences are existing within some larger world that seems true. But like about an hour ago or so, to the extent that I felt no confusion and no doubts and no self-consciousness, it's like now to that same extent, all confusion has returned. Linear time has returned. Now I'm thinking about linear time. I'm thinking about myself as an individual and others as an individual and you as an individual. It's back. It's back with a vengeance. It's back with a vengeance. How come I don't seem to stay in a transcendent mind state? How come I always have to come out of it? Huh? How come I don't just like get there permanently somehow? If it seems more true, it does seem more true. have to come back into this reality where I feel the pain, where I feel the pain of wanting to know and be known. Hey, ooh, hey, he comes back out. He's back. He's back with a vengeance. Look at him go. Look at him go. See, they're both more afraid of me. Hey, buddy. Go eat that bird. That bird is just not letting him have any rest. Why do I have to come back into this reality where I feel the pain of separateness? Am I again just creating this problem in my mind? Am I Am I creating the illusion of separateness? Or is it a real thing that I can't get around? Except for temporary states. Am I now having a rude awakening into the harsh facts of life? The harshness that I'll always be plagued by this desire for further communion, but never ever be able to fully realize it. Never able to, really escape the pain just of being, of being a body that experiences physical pain and emotional pain and mental suffering. It always comes and goes. It always comes and goes. Even if I get to some state where I'm like, there's no linear time, there's no self or other, there's, pain is is one and the same with the joy of living, all this stuff. But then inevitably I'm back in a being, an individual person, identity, rattling the cage of my performative identity. Feeling an intense longing and yearning for some kind of human connection that may or may not even exist. And the knowledge that my body will gradually deteriorate and function less well, and I'll experience more pain, etc. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I am just creating all these problems in my mind. I mean, it is kind of true that they are conceptual. They are all conceptual. They're not here now. They're not here now. They are kind of like just a conceptual component of my present experience. Which seems like I do have some control over it. Then there's this question of you. I don't know, at the moment I enjoy whatever this concept of you is in my experience. It's like, certainly I don't know exactly the individual traits of you. I have some ideas, you know. Because the fact of you watching this narrows it down to a certain range of personality traits. And shared worldview, or shared experience, or shared language, maybe. Ow, something's biting me. But I guess I could also say truthfully that when I think of you, you as a sort of the sort of nebulous collective you, like in my mind you are sort of a composite of all of the people that I would imagine watching this. But I could say truthfully that I do feel what I could call a sort of love for you that isn't painful yearning, that is not, it's not really something separate from the communication that's occurring here. And in that sense, it's not really something that needs to be stated either. It's like this is just what it is. I mean, that's something so obvious that it never really needs to be stated. But in some sense, the most true thing that I can say, that it is what it is. How do you say that in Spanish? I mean, I could say like, it, you know, esto es que es. Maybe there's a better translation now. Maybe you can tell me. I just kind of wonder. Did you see that? You see that flower just hit me in the head? It had a little juice to it. It was like a wet flower hitting me on the head. They're like little badminton shuttlecocks. Look at that shuttlecock. person. I wonder if, you know, this communication you know, like there's still a certain like mystery that is like jabbing me in the face. About how other people play into this experience. I feel like I'm overlooking something. But I wonder if the key lies somewhere in this communication. Are you looking for your Guarancha friend? Where's your lizard buddy, bird? I still feel lost. Or again feel lost. But now as I say that, maybe not. But I also noticed, as I'm saying this, it just happens to be a moment where there's no other people in sight. There's maybe a couple over there, but there's no more people around. Why is it that my thinking feels so much more free when there's nobody else around? Even if they can't understand what I'm saying, and at the same time I know that you're hearing everything that I'm saying. What the hell is my problem? What is going on here? What the hell is going on here? I mean, I know that probably the average person that I encounter on the street, it might be difficult to have a conversation with them about the sorts of things that I talk about in these videos. Or I would feel like maybe embarrassed or self-conscious to like start talking about stuff like this to a stranger that I met. When I talk with someone, there's always we have like reference. For reality, like to relate a common experience, we point to something else in the world that we are both familiar with, like another person, like an author. Maybe we discuss an author that we're both familiar with, or an artist or musician, etc., or a situation that we've experienced in common. But it's pretty rare that I'm like talking more directly about my current experience with someone else. But even now I'm talking about reference with you. I'm talking about a certain experience. A certain experience that's external to this experience. And again, I feel some kind of inadequacy with whatever form of communication is going on here. Hey bird, where's your lizard buddy? Like as if I'm thinking about a past time that was more ideal than this time. The other day I came here and I just walked. I didn't make a video. And I didn't have to deal with all these thoughts. feel tired of thinking at all. It feels as if any thought that I have is only sort of, running on a treadmill, only continuing a train that will never stop, that I'll never arrive at any kind of conclusion through thinking. I mean, that's true. That feels irrefutably true. That I'll never arrive at any... Hey. Hello. I'll never arrive at any end of thought, any conclusion. It is what it is. Like that saying, ¿qué es eso? Queso. ¿Qué es queso? Eso. Let's keep moving though. Maybe something will happen. I feel opaque again, as in my identity feels opaque again. And I'm projecting my IRL appearance into the eyes of others. You can't, it's like I can never escape conventional reality. I can never escape the practicalities of sharing this world with other people and experiencing other people as such. What gives? Where's this like utopic unified consciousness, huh? Maybe this video is my futile attempt at contributing towards it. Oh yeah, that's cool. Get a load of that. A load of these bricks. Get a load of these bricks. Not too heavy a load. Give me a break. Look at that. That's amazing. Holy mackerel. This is so cool. Look at that. What the hell? This is like a sculpture of a face. If you ever wanted a ball made out of bricks, this is your lucky day. There's probably a basketball joke to be made here. Damn. Whoa. Crazy. That's like a huge fish, right? Is that a fish skull? What the hell is it? Is that a fish skull? That's nuts. What kind of skull is this? What in blue blazes is that? What the fuck is that? What? What? You gotta be kidding me. What the fuck is that? It's a amorphous piece of plastic is what it is. What the? Can you believe? Crime. This is like the sculptures that I try to make. This is too good to be true. What the fuck? Do I take this with me or leave it? It's like too good. It's like too good to take. If I take the thing with me, it'll lose its magic. I just got to internalize the experience of finding this to keep the magic alive in the world. Give me a effing break. Look, an ice cream sandwich. Give me a break. Everything's too good. I can't say anything. I am getting hungry as a hungry though. All this time has passed. Why do I say that? What does that mean? Maybe I am supremely solipsistic and narcissistic. Because I can't understand the difference between myself and other people. I mean, I experience the difference. There's a profound difference, like the one where like I can't see my own head. I can only see my body up to my chest. And then with other people I can see their heads. That's like the main difference. I think in part there is the fact that when there's these IRL people, then it does kind of trigger my self-consciousness. It triggers relating to them as a self, even just like my physical representation of, and like what I'm doing and my imagined perception of them, me imagining their experience of seeing me walking, talking to you. If only the camera could be invisible and I could get a Neuralink so I wouldn't have to speak aloud and I could just communicate with you by thinking, and then you could plug in and my thoughts would just go directly into your brain, and then I could just kind of like be walking and appear completely normal, except for the giant cable sticking out of my head. This episode doesn't arrive, does it? Either that or it arrived and then departed. And I feel more or less the way that I felt at the beginning. No advancement, no progression. No conclusions. I can't even say really if any mystery has actually been probed. I can't really say anything's been done. It's hard now. It's hard now because I feel like I'm sticking out like a sore thumb. And I don't want to talk because I feel embarrassed. Siento que estoy endurando esto, pero no quiero. Estoy endurando. I again feel supremely embarrassed. I feel just about as embarrassed as if I had said estoy embarazado, you know, the false cognate. Should I just protest by not talking for the remaining few minutes? Seems immature. Ow, ow, something is biting me. Okay. Don't just randomly put your hand on a post. That turtle is me. I wanna hide my head in the ground. But you would still see my shell. Just like low-key existential crisis, you know? It's like a very manageable existential crisis. One that you could continue in for years. And then maybe eventually you start to see the crisis as not separate from its solution. So maybe, you know, maybe if I go through a long-term, low-key existential crisis for long enough, that eventually I'll start to see it as a low-key, long-term, like, opposite of that. Groundedness or something. I don't know. It's fucking stupid. It still seems possible to turn everything into a big problem. And I guess by saying that, I'm kind of acknowledging that there's an option not to. I'm not sure though. I can't help but feeling like really weird. Like really fucking weird. But I think it's mainly this dissonance of walking around with this camera on a stick and just sticking out and like everybody staring at me. I think that's really the main thing that makes me really uncomfortable at the moment. But other times I haven't cared about that. It's like I want to hide. I want privacy to communicate with you. What is it? It's that I'm embarrassed of this appearance of walking around with talking to a camera pointed at me on on a wooden stick. Yet apparently I feel, or have felt, internally, strong enough about doing this that I'd to do it 49 times. So why can't I just fully own it? Maybe it's like, maybe I gotta like be interacting with the IRL people. Maybe that's what I gotta do. See, this feels like slightly safer. Picking mulberries feels a lot safer. Picking mulberries projects an image that I'm not embarrassed about. I think we're done now, right? I think we're done. So maybe I really don't mean to worry you, but perhaps now you can take solace. I mean, if you're the type of empathetic person that I imagine you to be, you can take solace in my relief of the self-consciousness that accompanies the carrying around of this of you on your head mounted on this stick. This is a pretty weird episode, huh? This is a weird episode. I almost hesitate to leave you like this. No positive resolution here. I mean, except for the assurance that things will continue and continue to change. Whatever the hell kind of resolution, whatever the hell kind of reassurance that is. I guess it's not really. Maybe we can abandon ideas of reassurance, actually. Maybe we can also abandon... I mean, here, like, look, here I am at the end, and I can conceive of everything that I'm saying now also as attempts to recuperate this episode. Like, you know, we can abandon notions of utility, of knowing. I mean, like, this is all pretty real, though, at the same time. I mean, we talked about it before in a state of intense tranquility. Intensely mundane tranquility. Maybe I think the real problem is that I haven't bashed the camera into my face enough. You know. I think there's also something about feeling less confident in appearing aberrant in a place where I'm less familiar with the culture, and you know, like not that it's that different here, but feeling somehow a little less confident about being aberrant as an outsider. Anyhow, I don't. There's plenty of more ways I could go here, but I don't think resolution is really to be chased after here. But hats off to you, for real. You're the true endurance artist, having watched this far, and I really appreciate your work. Biting flies. See you next time.